We've done quite a
One thing
good
I'll
job.
do is like work with
So
companies.
let's go to Nick. Anna, can we get your attention here?
He distracted me, so it's good.
So thank you everyone for joining us. I'm Rocky Kamalaki, and we have some of our volunteers here tonight to help us. And we even have a former speaker who is also joining us. So the goal of today's meetup is to talk about how ideas shape TEDx. Well, before we start, let's do an introduction because I haven't gotten to talk to all of you yet. And I may not be able to talk to all of you. So my name is Dr. Rocky Kamalaki, and I'm the mental health chair for Forbes Business Council, and I have a consulting company. I do a lot of events and help companies who are doing high-profile events, like speakers in healthcare, and I've been part of TED since 2020. The idea of TEDxSouthCongress coming to be took about 3 years, and I'm just very blessed that we have great volunteers to help us, and we have a community who are interested. Our first official TEDx South Congress was last year, May 3rd. We had the mayor as a guest speaker, and then we had 19 speakers. We had Mama Duke, if any of you know her, who was an American Got Talent.
Yeah.
She did come to our events, she sang and she spoke, and we had one of the best country singers I've ever heard in my life, Daniel Kevin Smith. He graced the occasion, he kept singing, no one wanted him to stop. And then we have Jody Fuller, who is a well-known comedian, also come and give us comedy and also speak. So the goal of TEDx is it's a community event. You can't host, TEDx is not about making money. You can host TEDx to make money. Typically, organizers use their money if they don't get enough sponsors. But really, the goal is how do I give impact back to the community? And where else if not Austin? Officially, I moved to Austin. April 5th of 2024. So I didn't even know enough people in Austin to host the event, but of course people from Austin showed up. So one of the reasons we chose to have this is in between events, we wanted to keep our community going, have people who have ideas meet each other, get to know us, see how you want to participate, share your ideas, network. I see a lot of people have been networking tonight. And hopefully when we have flagship events or when we have saloons, our saloons are also speaking opportunities, people can, submit an application to speak. So that's a little bit about me. I'm gonna popcorn it real quickly to, Don. Oh, sorry, Don, okay. I'm gonna popcorn it right here to, sorry, I didn't catch you.
John.
Thank you, John. And John, if you just wanna go this way.
What format do you want in popcorn? Like 30 seconds?
30 seconds, just your name, what you do.
Yeah, John Davison. I have a business that builds startups for people. I was one of the first people to go to a developer boot camp in 2012. I can't believe it's been that long. I've lived all over the world, including I spent a year in China. I've lived in Afghanistan. I speak a bunch of foreign languages. I lead an international remote team, kind of like a miniature idea that I built according to my own principles. And I have lots of interesting, weird outlooks on AI that I think are like useful for people, some kind of existential fitness in the age of AI.
Wow, that's great. Thank you for sharing.
And I went to the TEDx in Berkeley in 2020, and it was incredible.
That's great.
I'm Marina. I'm an executive coach here because I'm interested in doing a talk in the future, and it will be on the power of our breath, which I use a lot in my coaching.
Hi everyone, my name is Tammy. I am a marketplace for non-toxic feminine care products for women from menstruation to menopause. And we're now coming off our first hero product, which is powered by the Hive. It's a physical examples on every part of them, and how they naturally support women's fertility, perimenopause, hormones, things like that.
That's great. Wow.
I'm Alexander Goldman. I am a startup founder and technologist, and I research human connection and the loneliness epidemic, and yeah, I've been doing that for like 15 years. And I plan on giving a talk, or would like to give a talk, on why human connection needs a rebrand, and why loneliness needs a rebrand.
That's great. So you're a psychologist, a sociologist?
My background is human-computer interaction, but I have a podcast and a Substack where I interview experts who are like professors and lots of different people.
That's great. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Diana, and I also lived and worked overseas, but I don't speak the languages, but I studied them. Right now I'm doing a career change, so I'm an occupational therapy student, and right now my capstone focuses on maternal health, especially mental health. And since I work as a birth doula, I'm seeing a lot of things, I'm learning a lot of things that many people are not aware of. So I'm trying to find a platform to share that. There's so many, it's very complex.
It's very complex.
I would love to have you as a speaker for my podcast.
Oh wow, thank you. Look at that.
See? It was easy.
Yeah, we'll talk more.
I have a lot of clients who are doing the menopause thing, the maternal health thing, safe birth, and all of that stuff. So thank you for sharing, guys.
Thanks. Hi everyone, I'm Vijayata. I'm originally from India, and I've lived in Austin for almost 12 years now. I'm a semiconductor engineer and have been in tech for almost 15 years. But currently I'm pursuing my creative interest, and I have my own design house where I create prints and patterns for home and lifestyle industries. So my dream is to be on TEDx platform someday, and I want to talk about how to be resilient and keep pursuing your life's interests. So how to build grit and those kind of steps. So I'm just here to learn from you all.
Let's go. I'll give you some authentic nuggets to TED Talk, and some of you have already given your TED Talks here tonight without even knowing.
Hi everyone, I'm Dr. Anna Sizova. So, long story short, I have my medical background, clinical trials background. I'm a founder. I'm balancing between startups and healthcare, holistic wellness space, and VCs. I have my event also with Capital Factory on a monthly basis for our healthcare stakeholders who barely attached to healthcare, but wellness holistic way, and starting my podcast. And my goal for this year to be as a TED Talk speaker, and I have 3 options what I would love to discuss with you, Aderonke. I think what I would love to speak from stage. And I would say, like, short term, it's healthcare influence, how to change healthcare system, because I've been in all this academic side, and I see how it's bureaucracy, no matter from which country you are, so and so on.
It's very real.
And yeah, and that's why I started my event, because it's most, I know, 30 seconds, I'm sorry. I can talk.
Keep going.
Yeah, because in my event, it's mostly everyone who belong to healthcare, like postgrad students, academic side, government, again, founders, VCs, and then we talking each time. I have speakers, we discussing some problems, we can see the problem under different angles, so we can solve, or as minimum to find some solutions, and keep moving, so yeah.
Thank you.
Happy to have you guys.
Keep going.
Yeah, thank you.
My name is Dr. Nick Apollonia. I'm a nurse practitioner and a service-disabled veteran. My background is in defense medicine. I went into the IT platform approximately 22 years ago, managing health records and doing advanced concepts, later becoming a CMIO for an enterprise for all military health and some of VA health and theater medicine. I started my first company in healthcare informatics as an informaticist, built some advanced concepts, and limelighting out, now teaching a little bit, sitting on some boards, helping the community with their ideas, whether they're going to be successful or not, what they need to do in betweens. And also, as I limelight out, starting a construction company to build clinics and hospitals, and also data centers to ensure that that integration is seamless for all needs, whether it's community development, living wellness, a life that's, you can walk from the store to your apartment, so assisted living is part of that. for not just veterans and those who have been injured, but as a first phase, but eventually, the profitable side.
Thank you, Nick.
Oh, my pleasure. Is that it?
Yes.
Oh,
That's
okay.
why we like to talk.
And that's Ramina.
Hi everyone, my name is Swarnima. I have been in Austin for about 2 years now. I work for Tesla. I work with the seats engineering team to make sure our vehicles have the best seats. Outside of work, I like going to events, meeting amazing people, networking, and that's why I'm here. I would love to be a part of the TEDx again this year.
You are part of TEDx already.
And yeah, outside of work, I like writing. I recently started tutoring kids below 5th grade back in India for English. We don't have a lot of resources back home, so that's one thing I love doing too. And good to meet you all.
Thank you.
Hi, Doug Burkott. Yeah, 30 seconds, all right. Been in digital health for 25 years, kind of evenly split between the vendor side of healthcare and the provider side of healthcare. So work for Ascension or for UT Del Med, Baptist Health, and I do some advisory on startups in town. And currently looking for something else, something new. I'm gonna kind of jump back to the vendor side of the industry, doing like customer success types of roles. So, and I was a TEDx speaker in May, so I'm just here to kind of help and volunteer however I can.
It was a really great event, so you will love
Yeah,
it.
it was cool.
Yeah.
We had it at the PBS TV station, so it was really nice to have that ambience of the TV station. We would not be having it next Monday.
No. Yeah, I mean, well,
Expenses.
well, it was you know, it's the first time.
It was first time.
Yeah,
I
the venue
really-
was great.
It was the venue.
Yeah, and light was great and sound was great.
Everything was great, but yes.
So we need to find sponsor who will pay for the stage.
Yes. We already have a few places
Oh, good.
Okay.
that we are talking to, so we'll narrow it down this coming. But yes, find out. No, last but not the least.
So I cried hundreds of times in my marriage for 27 years, and I realized that no matter what I did, it wasn't enough, and I felt like I wasn't enough. But I chose to get divorced, and the irony is I was a licensed professional counselor helping a lot of couples for their marriages, but I couldn't fix my own. And so it's been my mission since I got divorced to teach people how to take responsibility for their emotional well-being and to learn how to love well, to wake up to real love within themselves, and that sets the stage for every other relationship in your life. And so we all seek love, we want to be loved, we want to give love, we want to receive love, and so it's my mission to help people learn how to love.
Okay, let's go ahead and get started. So, a lot of you are here because you have a passion for sharing your ideas. You have wisdom that we want to hear. So let's talk about how ideas become TED Talks. So this is more conversational than me just talking. So the first question I have is, Doug, you're not allowed to answer
I'm excluded,
this.
okay.
And things have changed, they've significantly changed the process, but you might still know. How do you think ideas become TED Talks?
From experience,
Okay, anybody else?
You apply.
That's a process, okay, anything else?
There's a demand for the topic.
What'd you say?
There's a demand for the topic.
That's true, not AI, we're AI'd out at TEDx. And TED, really, it's so AI'd out, TED had to create a new TED AI. Yeah. But, anybody else?
A message to, one clear message to take action on something.
That's great, we're gonna talk about clarity of message. The best way to get a TEDx talk is authenticity. Don't think about the audience. Don't look at what you see on the TEDx stage or YouTube. That is edited, heavily edited. The best way to get ideas to a TED stage is to be authentic. What do you do every single day that makes you an expert in what you do? Get that down first, and then that can evolve into a TED Talk. For example, I drink water every day. I can give a TED Talk about water because that's not my area of expertise, right? I can do it in my sleep, but that's not my area of expertise. So for TED to accept that, they will need a lot to see that I've done a lot of research or work on that every day, not just something I enjoy, right? So preferably to make your ideas become TED Talk, it has to be something you do regularly, that you have credibility about, right? I love colors. I'm a horrible artist. I can't do TED Talk on that. I love Shiraz wine, but I don't drink wine anymore. I can't do a TEDx talk about that. I'm not in the in on what that looks like. So the goal is, will your idea help somebody make impact? Take action. Feel good about your lives. Not motivational, it should be inspirational. And will anybody around the globe, around the world, understand what you're saying? So an executive who's been working for 40 years should be able to turn on and say, yes, I get this. And a 15-year-old in India, Sri Lanka, in Nigeria, anywhere else should be able to say, I understand what this person is saying. Will ideas come out of it? Will they take action to improve their lives? It doesn't necessarily matter, but you woke up something in them. Something is awakening in them. That may, without even their knowledge, motivate them to go do something else with their lives. That's the impact we're talking about. Impacts to make action. And it starts with an authentic idea. I cannot emphasize authenticity. I spoke to someone recently who has been doing research on TED Talk for 6 months. Her area of focus, how to speak like Brené Brown. And I'm looking at her and I'm like, you might craft a good talk, but by the time we start deeping into your talk, you may end up getting kicked out after you've gotten approved because of lack of authenticity. Instead of, for maybe Brené Brown talk inspired her and helped her in some areas of her life, that's what she should focus on, not on how do I show up on stage like Brené Brown. How do I take Brené Brown's topic of vulnerability and shame and call it something else, but go give the same type of topic. Even if you get accepted and you speak, then your talk won't go up the way it should in terms of views. Your views, the algorithm will not work there with reviews. And remember, TED can tell, because when we watch your video, we're required to have minimum of 4 cameras, so we can see. We can see the emotion you had when you were 10 years old. It's right in your face. We, the editors, can see it. And when we send all of this to TED, TED can also see it. So they make some determination about that. So when you're attempting, you're relaxed. It's inviting. People want to hear what you have to say. So most people think TEDx starts with a speaker. How many of you believe that? It's on the screen. It doesn't. It doesn't start. It starts again with an authentic idea. And I'm really, really emphasizing this. A lot of people also think you need to be an impressive speaker. You don't even need a speaking experience. I have seen this individual speaks at least 50 times a year in conferences and special engagements. And when it came to TED Talk, they're one of the worst I've ever seen. Right? And I've gone to several TEDx. TEDx MIT was, I think, the one that expanded my view of TEDx the most. But it's not about your credentials only. It's about, again, authenticity of your idea and being able to narrow down the idea in a way that works. So, for example, I don't want to use this person because this person is a well-known national figure who just recently was at TEDx. They speak impromptu 24/7. this has been this individual's career for the last 40 years. They're on TV, almost 3-4 times, national TV, 3-4 times a week. And when they had a TEDx talk, it was horrible. Yes.
What was their idea in the talk?
I don't wanna give it away. I don't wanna give it away. But the talk was so bad, we were all texting like, what happened? Number one, there's nerves. If you crafted your talk and overcraft it, nerves takes over because you're not walking in confidently. I was talking about Khan Academy just a minute ago. You were ready to like talk and engage because that's one of the fields you play in, right? Exactly. But when somebody now hears about something and tries to go build it, even though they know for different credential, that's when they have those type of challenges. So, with this idea matter if the speaker's name is removed? So assuming you have a TEDx idea you wanna share, if we were to display your idea in front of your talk without your face, will people still have impact? Will it still have impact? If yes, then yes, you have a TEDx talk. And is this a talk that people can easily understand and get something from? Yes. So let's take a pause. What idea have you all heard or TEDx talk that resonates with you? Anyone? Nick?
What was the question again?
What idea do you have for, what TEDx talk have you, or TED talk have you listened to that resonates with you?
What's on mine?
I'm not sure if I'm in the right event.
What are you,
TEDx?
What is the name?
The TEDx.
what are you looking for? I can help you.
Light with darkness? No, it's, no.
You can go to reception, first floor, and we have a list of all events.
Amazing, thank you very much.
Yeah, you're welcome.
You guys don't wanna pretend like that's the event that we are and just take it from there.
No, it's like,
I
I
can't
don't know,
actually
10
remember
and
the talk.
parallel.
Well, that's a great idea.
But I remember how much.
I know just 8 for 16.
Exactly.
What's going on?
But in that moment, I was like
Yeah, I
super
remember
dialed
that.
into so many of them, and now I'm like,
Yeah, this is a good one. What tech
it
people.
was like some kind of happiness game.
Sean Anchor?
I don't know, it was like 2020. It was,
Yeah.
Mine
Mine
I
was-
had 2 kids since then. So I've like
So it's a
forgotten a
blur.
lot.
Big
Yeah, I've
blur.
forgotten a lot.
I can imagine. That's
But what I heard before, it's still personal / business. People still going with storytelling side.
It depends on your coach, right? Some coaches will tell you what's the most horrible thing that's ever happened to you and build a story out of it, right? That side is leaning more towards motivation, right? And really telling the story of your trauma and how you overcame it without creating secondary trauma for the audience, right? A lot of TEDx used to be like that. And a lot of times if you hire a coach to coach you, that's one of the ways the best can connect with you and help you build a talk, if that's the angle you wanna take. The way I personally do my TEDx, I don't like the emotional talks. I like, give me your expertise and let's go with it. Because some of the emotional talks, is it true or is it made up? And if it gets to TED might end up saying no. That is a talk that we feel will cause more trauma to people. For example, there's a lady who has been on Shark Tank, who's well known on Shark Tank. She did really well, applied for TED Talk, she got accepted. And then she decided to talk about a trauma she had when she was 4. How she used carpentry to overcome the sexual assault she had as a child. And the coaches tried to guide her a different path, and when she got on stage, she chose to say what she wanted to say, and TED refused to release her
publish.
talk.
Which is a complete waste of time from the beginning, it doesn't go on. That person wasted their whole, wasted the coach's time, wasted their time.
They guided her, they coached her, and they went ahead and edited it in a way the audience would accept. And this lady just made such a big deal. And for someone who works in mental health, I 100% agree with her. That is not a talk. She was too graphic. You don't want to talk to cause secondary trauma. Secondary trauma is when you listen to somebody else's trauma or issues and then you become traumatized yourself. And that's what her talk did. So they ended up editing it because she signed the document, but at the end of the day, she's had the talk for like 15 years. I think she has like 1,000 views.
When I hear that story, I'm gonna go around the room. What do you think TED is, and what do you want out of it, or what do you deliver to it? The impact is going through my head when I hear this story. What is the impact you want to have on the community? That's a negative impact. I would assume the positive would be the most
Positive is the only thing TED would lead towards, yeah. And another thing she did, which I think did help, was, she really wanted TED to the point where they stopped posting TED in that city because of her.
Wow.
Yeah. And TED can take your license away. Even though they don't pay for anything, they give us a license, we go through all the stuff. They can take it away because of one speaker. So it's better to remove the speaker before they come and stick into something else. TED has changed a lot of things since that, but what she didn't understand was she did herself such a disfavor, because that could have been a good platform. Plus, her topic had to do with carpentry. So comments people were giving was, I wanted to learn about carpentry and nothing about the talk. And anything to do with carpentry. So you want your topic to reflect the reality of what you're speaking about, because it kills the ugly. So what ideas have you heard that stayed with you? Thank you for sharing the talks you've heard that stayed with you. Anybody else?
Well, I had to watch a lot of videos that, when you're studying, that were TED Talks. I think the one that popped in my head is a TED Talk, where they talked about children born into poverty only have a 50% chance of being successful, no matter how great their parents are. So it made me think a lot, but many people are talented, brilliant, they have a lot to offer, but because they were born at a disadvantage, kind of at the back of the starting line. So that's what the talk was about. They brought up a lot of things I never thought about, and I talked about it to other people. I'm like, oh, this is a hard reality that nobody really wants to.
I would say something about making small changes in your habits that would help you achieve any kind of goals that you want. And that kind of sticks with me and also inspires me a lot.
Great. Thank you for sharing that. That's what you want to aspire your talk to be. And when your talk is about your expertise, that's how you get to monetize TED Talks, right? Because when people can relate to your expertise in that talk, and then people forget to post it online. Post it for the next 10 years. Find an angle out of your talk or your experience and post about it, and link it back to YouTube. Because if an investor, and TEDx has its own investors who tend to watch TEDx talks on the TED side. My biggest competitor, that's how she got her break, was through speaking at a small TEDx. It's not a fancy TEDx, very small, and they loved her topic. She didn't go on the TED stage, but she got investor. And she's opened 4 companies with the help of Melinda Gates. Melinda Gates is one of the back-end investors for TEDx talks, and people who speak there, if your talk resonates with them. So some of the same things people see is, the organizers, you see some of us, we have a lot of volunteers. Last time we had 20, only 12 showed up. My bad. But we had a lot of volunteers, sponsors, we were new to the community, and we all don't know how to use social media outside of LinkedIn. I know LinkedIn in and out, but I don't do anything else. So that caught up with our marketing and ability to get sponsors, and that was our first year. But now we have sponsors trying to come in to help us. Coaches, if you want a successful TED Talk, check with, as you're developing your ideas or as you're submitting, ask if they allow external coaches, or if they will coach and support you. some people just give you the talk, tell you to go practice, come present to them, and that's it. Some people give you a coach, or the one we did last year, we paid, in fact, the coaches was one of the highest costs on our budget. We gave everybody coaches, and I even coached myself, even as the organizer.
She's my coach.
That was.
You're great.
Thank you.
That's why I'm here.
Oh, thank you.
So are you planning to coach this year?
What's that?
Are you planning to coach this year?
I don't know if I'm qualified, so.
Honestly, when it comes to how we're gonna do it this year, because like I said, it's a high dollar amount. I didn't pay myself, of course, but we had 2 other coaches that we had to pay. We ended up realizing, based on how our community is, that we needed to take a different route instead of getting people coaches.
Are they gonna bring their own coaches?
Huh?
They have to bring their own coaches?
No, that's where I was going with that. Check with the organizer if they'd like to bring their coaches, and I'll explain why. External coaches tend to charge you a lot of money. Some of them have had TED Talks 50 years ago. TEDx has changed. In fact, TEDx, when we started the application, February last year, and started the coaching, we had changes in TEDx every 2 weeks. Because they were looking for a new CEO, then they got a new CEO. They were looking at TEDx from 50 years ago compared to TEDx now, so in the back end we kept getting, this is changing, no, go back to this, don't do this. The good thing is you're flexible. They'll hold you accountable based on how much you're logging, right? So for some people who choose not to log in, you might see them do old TEDx, or old, and they'll let them until, they go to submit, and then they'll have a talk. You need to follow this moving forward. For those of us who go in regularly, there was lots of change. Now, if you choose a coach that had TEDx 10 years ago, where you can go on stage and talk about suicide and mental health, in comparison to today, it won't happen. So I had one of our speakers who chose to drop out because her son, she's okay with missions, had committed suicide. And the first time I heard the story, and this is why I'm not a fan of personal stories, first time I heard the story, I told her right away, I'm like, you just caused me secondary trauma. I'm traumatized by this story. She did a fantastic job narrating the story, to the point where you would think you're in the story with her. Like, the coach did a good job. And so I was like, well, these are all the words you use at TEDx would like to use. She's like, I don't feel comfortable taking it out. Just be a lie. I'm like, well, go think about it. But come back and present to your group, because people have groups. She came to the group and presented, and everybody, the feedback was, I don't know if I can sleep tonight after what I heard. And she refused to change anything in her talk because her coach that she hired said she was right. She has the TEDx guidelines. I didn't make it up. TED gave us these guidelines for all speakers. And I showed her plainly this TED, and she said no, the coach is right. So she chose to drop out. I'm like, when your coach did this was allowed. He hasn't read the guideline recently, so be careful when you have coaches. Some coaches have friends who would get you in, but they both know your talk won't go anywhere. So try to make sure you have a coach that helps. Most importantly, ask the organizer the best way to succeed. They'll tell you. Yeah.
I have a question. So, do we have specific rules for South Congress, TED? And you will review our ideas, whatever, and you will decide if we are accepted or not, and then you will post in some TED site where we need to re-review as well, or it will be like your team decision?
We'll give you, once you get accepted, we'll give you the guidelines. So now we have our own guidelines too. Before we just defaulted to TEDx, TED guidelines. But now we have our own TEDxSouthCongress guidelines, and that's so it's simple for us in the back end. Because organizing a talk is one thing, the back end logistical things you have to do to produce it is another challenging, big, heavy weight, just as much as preparing. So we have new guidelines, and I have friends who use these guidelines, and I'm like, I'm not doing that. TED recommended we use some of those extra guidelines, and I didn't want to, but now I see why. But you will have it in paper. It's also going to be in a folder you can log into, say speaker folder, and we send out emails every week. It's going to be in there. It will be in your face. People don't read it. So we'll do our best to make sure people read it. But going back to this, so be careful with your coaches, ask the organizers what they recommend, right? A lot of people don't even need coaches if you're being authentic and speaking from the mic. One of the best people who even spoke at our event has never spoken publicly before, and he did fantastic. Community, it's all about the community. So if you're speaking about startups, bring your startups community. Have them apply. Talk to them about TEDx. Have them, if you need anything from us to help them engage, let us know. But some of them have done a lot of startups work, and they have a lot of experience from this, that they can speak in regards to this. Marketers, we always need marketing people to help us market, and social media. Social media is the biggest form of marketing. AD and photography. The venue we choose usually use that, but we also like to have 1 or 2 volunteers who understand it. And venue selection and setup, we have a few teams who have access to venues. Even Capital Factory gave us a venue, or we're talking to them about venues. So we'll look at different venues. We're also going to some of the events, which is not here, is we have the flagship event, which is the TEDx event, the biggest event. And then we have saloons. Some people are great speakers, but too many people throw them off. So a saloon TEDx would be, you would have the entire name. This is just a short name. A saloon TEDx would be real small, very intimate, and the person can speak about their TED talk. We record it and we produce it. It's not gonna be high or, like the flagship event. There's nothing wrong with it. Simon Sinek had a saloon event. How many of you are familiar with him?
The one in 2009?
Yeah.
That's my favorite one of all time. It's
It wasn't
incredible.
a big
It was tiny.
Very
little
tiny,
stage,
and the
yeah.
production was horrible.
Yeah, it was.
The production.
And the screen was like square, because this is like 2009.
It was
It's
really
like-
bad.
Yeah,
And
but
look
the
at
best
this.
idea in the world.
white
One of the best ideas in the world.
And
Is that
look
the
at-
white?
Yeah, that started his whole career, I think, right?
That's my point.
Because that was his idea, then he did the book, then he's like,
Yeah.
What was the talk about?
start with the why.
That's
Oh.
why.
It's a fantastic, my favorite TEDx by far.
And
So.
he marketed himself well.
Oh, man.
Right, everything he did back then was tied to his TEDx stuff, until he really made a name for himself, and then he didn't really care as much. Now, TEDx seek him out he's on TEDx has a few podcasts, and he's on a few podcasts and stuff. So, out of all of the roles we talked about, which one surprised you the most to be used for TEDx?
I guess coaches.
Coaches?
Just from the perspective of what is the area of expertise of a coach versus the speaker, and how do you balance that, and yeah, that's not an ecosystem role that I would have assumed existed.
Yeah, so the easiest way to balance it is, as a coach, I need to know what you do, and I should be able to say it in 5 sentences. If I can understand the core of what you do, then I can coach you, right? And you also bring in your area of expertise. One of the favorite people I coach, to be honest with you, every time I met with him, he had a new topic related to his area of expertise, and he had a new presentation. In fact, the presentation he gave on stage, I've never heard it before. Yes.
That was the one in May?
Yeah,
Really?
Alex Vick. But this is how I got him to do it. When I met him, I'm like, Alex, tell me your passion. He's a journalist. He's talking about AI and journalism, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, I want you to go home and think about your passion. Something that you know is related to the core of who you are. And then come back, let's talk about it. So he came back and he's like, I want to talk about drones. Killer drones. Apparently.
It's just his business.
Huh?
Drones is his business.
That's his
Is this the flying
exactly.
homes?
And like, it's
Yeah.
some powerful things, because he helping as well. So we are a major company who deliver drones to Ukraine.
Yeah. So he's like, you know, I'm a journalist, I do like journalism, I blah blah blah. I'm like, but this drone killer thing is your new passion? He's like, yeah. I'm like, tell me about it. And he just went and started talking, and I'm just like, you're ready. You're absolutely ready. He's like, oh, I just wrote this last night. I was just talking to myself. I'm like, and you follow that process. Now, I did go through his script and remove, you know, if you say killer drones, your talk is gonna go down. Like, that's fine. You know, I had a different topic, but one of the things we wanna do when we talk about ideas, make TEDx, is what ideas will everybody understand. A lot of times people come on stage to talk to their VCs or their private equity or someone in particular, a group of people they're trying to capture attention. That's one of the worst things you can do. You want a topic that would be, even when you talk about drones or killing or protecting a company, like he wanted to use war. I'm like,
Yeah.
no. What can we say? Safety, protecting, you know, civilians, you know, let's use the word fight, not war. So I gave him those type of guidance, and he knew, accepted, and every time he meets with a new partner or something, he would come back and change his talk. And I didn't even see his last talk.
Maybe his wife will come in.
What is that?
Maybe his wife will come in this year. I don't know. I need to ask her.
Yeah, his wife came.
Because she was last year, but maybe this year she would love to be on stage because she started to write her book, and she will have her first book, like I think launch end of February, March.
Oh, okay. That's
Yeah.
good. That's good. Anyone can apply. I don't select the speakers. We have committees. We have a big committee that selects the speakers. And the reason is so we can ensure it's not about one person's perspective, but really a group. And then we have coaches that help us select the final speakers too. So thank you for bringing up coaches the day of the talk. So why ideas never reaches the stage? And I'll talk about the application even though it's not in here. The first one is people stall because their ideas, I talked about it, is not attended. Or they have an idea that's not finished. Sorry, I didn't take out the comment. They have an idea that's not finished because they're creating it from someone else. I call it the copying others. It's not finished because you got stuck. I had someone we selected who gave us a resume of her boss. So when we started talking to her, you know, she'd be like, oh, she kept saying next week, I'm stressed, I'm working, I'm busy, all of that stuff. And finally, I sat her down, I'm like, you have to answer these questions because I'm seeing you don't have the knowledge you claim to have. And that was when she personally decided to do TEDx. Because she did say in the talk, oh, my boss does all of this. I'm like, so tell me who you are and what you're passionate about. And she couldn't. So the person who's going to speak at TEDx needed an identity. Untested pseudoscience, TED doesn't allow this. So some people will come and say they're moving energy. The guideline doesn't allow that. There's nothing wrong with doing something like that. They just don't feel it's appropriate for the TEDx stage yet. Now you might see one or two people that talk about ayahuasca on the TED or TEDx stage. Usually they did a TED talk, not a TEDx talk. But that's one of the biggest ways. In fact, there was one done at in Boston, right before the MIT TEDx I went. And all of the people who talked about naturopathic medicine spoke at that event. People said it was powerful. TED took the license of the organizer away and canceled their talk. They didn't even have anything. Yeah. So sometimes it's better not to test the waters. But again, they have a new CEO. So let's see what's gonna happen. They have a new CEO. Now I've seen people submit great, excellent TED talks that could become TEDx. But they gave like 25 ideas in one. I don't have the idea to help you narrow it down. Narrow it down to like 3 and then maybe I can help you more.
have, but now it's more complicated for me. Because it's a mixed, it can be business and it can be personal something, but not just like coming from my own way, but general, like, because I have different paths in my life.
Yeah, and I'll say, look at what's best. For example, TED doesn't allow motivational talk. Mama Dew's talk was motivational.
Right.
I chose to accept it, and I'm like, I will fight for this with TED.
But why we not allow motivational talk?
Because imagine when everybody wants to talk like Tony Robinson.
Yeah.
And TED brought Tony Robinson in to speak, and then you can barely see his talk online anymore on TED Talks. It's not out there. And everybody started coming trying to motivate. So, for example, somebody might say something like, if I did it, you can do it. Well, you don't have the same history. You don't
It's
have
also
the,
just so amorphous and
Exactly.
substanceless.
and that's
on
what
its
you see
own.
on social media now. Everybody's telling you what somebody else said or how somebody else made it. I'm like, I don't even know how I got here. So if somebody's trying to tell my story, I'm gonna be like, what the hell? I'm sorry. I'm like, but a lot of that is on social media. So some of those personal stories work and some don't. For example, I'm in mental health. One of the discussions Ted had with me was, Ronki, we've seen your work. Don't have anybody speaking about mental health on your stage. Like, ouch. Okay. And they were right. Why? Because I work in mental health. It's going to become an industry event. There'll be lots of people from mental health applying and wanting to speak. And they were right. One of the first 50 people who applied were all mental health and about suicide. Even though the instruction at the top says,
Suicide. Do you have to have your talk finished before you apply?
No.
No, but you just have to have your idea finished before you apply.
Yeah. And I'll talk about what the application process will look like this time around. So ideas grow faster when they're attended and supported. TED was not built on fire. So these are the different ways you can support us. What time is it?
It's 7:25.
Perfect, we have time. So let me go ahead and, this is the end of the talk, but let me talk about what the application process for TEDxSouthCongress would look like. And I know a lot of TED Talks who are big tend to change their application process more. We'll be releasing the form. We believe Tech has finished working on it, so we'll release the application form in the coming week. And we'll leave our application form open for the rest of the year. We're not gonna turn it off. The reason is because we'll be having a lot of these events. We plan to have a saloon event, which is a small event. People who just have a lot of, challenges being on a bigger stage can apply for that. What we do when we leave it open is we'll just go back into people who've applied and we've said not now, and we can call them anytime, which is how TED does the application process. That also relieves our volunteers from stress, because I can't tell you how many emails I get a day of people applying and sending me their pitches and things like that. So that would definitely decrease. We have the license to do that. And the good thing, and I have to share this because this gave me pride. Someone went to TED about 2 weeks ago and asked TED to partner with them. Not on TEDx Talk, but on something else. And TED was like, no, TEDxSouthCongress is our preferred partner for Austin. And we like the quality of their work and what they've done. And so she reached out to me and she's like, what's the deal with you? I've talked to TED twice. And I was like, I did not even know
They wanted
this
to get
TED.
an Austin license? Or they wanted to get an Austin TED license?
No, they're trying to do something else. It would require them to get it. So there are different types of TED licenses. There's education license, that's why colleges can do TEDx. There's business licenses, so if you're like a Google or a Dell, they can have their own licenses, but they never get on a TED stage. You keep it internally. And then we have the saloons, which are like small ones like this. I can turn a meeting like this into saloon even without giving TEDx a notice. My license allows me to do that. And then we have summits, we have women events, only women mostly are allowed to speak in those, mostly men can speak too. That you can only have 100 attendees, you can have more. It's very, very small. For example, in a real TED talk, I can have this. I have to have our full names. In the women's talk that happened in Round Rock, they just had this. And TED approved it, but for mine, it's gonna affect the production of my talk if I have this. It will affect theirs too, but.
You need the signage?
Mhm.
You said you had to have the full one?
You have to have the full, yes.
It's like full size?
No, they're different sizes, but what I mean by that is just to have a TEDx like this. If someone were to speak and I produced a talk, that's a violation of TED, unless you get approval beforehand. And even when you do, the talk will be, there's something called being buried. You don't want it, you've done all the work, you don't want it to be buried. But going back to application, we'll open the application, will be year round. So if we ever decide to do a saloon, summit, will pick from those and have them practice for like a year, a month or two. We're no longer going to do the 3.5 months coaching that you guys had. Once you get selected, we will have you record a presentation and send it to us to watch. And then the next step would be to send an outline. So breaking your talk down into introduction, middle of your talk, conclusion, what do your biggest takeaway, helps people really know if you're ready for the talk, and helps us know how much help they will need. Because we are no longer doing one-on-one coaching unless we really feel, excuse me, that person needs it, we'll do community coaching. And with community coaching, we'll have the person come speak to a couple of coaches, and we'll give you feedback. And you can only do that 4 times. So by the second time, if you feel like the person is still having challenges, we'll have them reapply. Just have a start and say that you're free to reapply at any time. And for some people, our talk might not work for them. Maybe a different talk would work for them. So once they apply, and if they're selected, it's gonna go through committee 1, committee 2, committee 3, different committees to make sure they're the right fit. We'll have coaches look at them too. And then you get a letter saying you've gotten accepted. And then we'll tell you the next steps. You watch the orientation video, or we just do a Zoom meeting for everybody. We'll do that. And then the next step would be submitting your outline. Your video first. You submit a video first, you come to the orientation, and then you submit an outline. That outline will seal the deal. And the thing about the outline is it doesn't have to be complex. The more complex you make it, the less likely you get in. Once you submit the outline, it helps us understand, is this person ready? Because some people have a good talk. Somebody applied for a fantastic talk. She gave us 6 ideas. I'm like, which one am I supposed to pick from? I don't have the time, right? So we didn't let her speak. I met her in a function and she was talking to me, I applied, and she told me, and then I'm like, I remember your name. Because we sat on her talk and looked at the resources we have, and we let her go because we didn't have the resources. So I'm like, oh, I remember you. Pick one topic. You gave us 6. She's like, yeah, it says Victor. I'm like, maybe 2, maybe 3. You're pushing it, but it should be 1. So once the offline comes, they will come. We'll then have give them guidance on how to have their talk, and then we'll have them come do the talk. The first time they do the talk, it's not going to be about the outline. It's about them just talking in general about the topic, to see how confident they are, how authentic it is. That will determine if they'll move forward, and then after that, whoever moves forward moves forward. And the reason we need to do that is logistically it was challenging for AV and editing, because we tried to do the TED thing, and I told you guys what TED does. And we'll watch real TED. We can come in. When it's time to watch a live TED conference, we can show them here. We have the license to do that. Or we can watch TED as it's happening in real life in Canada. TED does support the speakers, which means if you're speaking and you forget your words, they'll come back and whisper it to you. And they'll have someone in the front seat on the couch.
I think everybody has the front seat first.
Yeah. So we organized and we had our speakers have that. Now when it came to editing, I don't have the money Ted has. It was very challenging to edit. Yeah. But a lot of times the most important thing is be attentive and focus. So usually once you speak, once you go through the coaches this time and you speak, the next thing is production. Our ultimate goal is just to remove phones and hours. If somebody forgets their talk, they can pause on stage and remember their talk. We'll give them a board they can put on a chair with the outline, but nobody will remind them of their words. So that way they need to pause. It's easier to remove a pause and fix a pause than asking to continue your talk. But ultimately, if you speak from heart, like Alex Fink did, Mama June, you're able to go quickly and pick yourself up when you forget. And you will know the areas where you forget. So at least you have a board in front of you that can support you. Now once that's done, the editing takes a lot. The editing takes a lot. Once it's edited, then it gets published. We send it to Ted. Ted looks at it and say yes or no. And then after that, it gets published. Once it gets published, usually we find out because we check daily. Sometimes we don't check, Ted doesn't tell us most of the time. They do tell the EDUs, but they don't tell us.
Tell you what?
The dates it will be released. Usually I have an estimated date, but they don't give us an actual.
It's usually a few months after, well, like anywhere from like 3 to 6 months, approximately.
Yeah, that was due to editing.
Yeah.
If we go through this process, the goal is to release it within a month.
The end of the month?
Within a month.
Within a month? Oh my goodness, wow.
Yeah, we did that. We
Had
got
AI
it.
do the edit?
Huh?
You had AI do the editing?
No.
No.
No, in fact,
Well, that's great.
initially we thought AI would do it, Descript. I'm like, my tech person was like, why pay someone to edit? Let's use Descript. So we did. The quality went, boom.
Yeah.
It was really bad. So we had to go back to normal real life editing. Yeah. And then once it comes out, a lot of times we'll do marketing, but after the editing we did the last time, we went through burnout. And unfortunately for me, I used my staff. So the resources and the complexities we went through was challenging. That's why I had to stop, because if we don't get sponsors, it's on me. So one of the good things we're doing this time is the maximum number of minutes people will talk is 7. And the reason is because people don't forget their lines when it's about 6 or 7 minutes. In fact, Ted is looking into 5 minutes now. They told us they're doing the research for 5 minutes.
Wow.
Yeah. People who aim for 12 minutes or higher, after 11 and a half minutes, people start to have, when they know their talk is that long, they tend to have challenges. Yeah. So people would ask me, how come I don't have a TED Talk and I'm doing this? I was invited to speak at TEDx. Unfortunately, I had a medical issue and I had to do surgery and pulled out. And then I had to speak at TEDx McAllen, and unfortunately I couldn't do it. I had a big contract with Kaiser, and I'm like, no. And they wanted me to simplify my talk, and I was not in the mood to. So I know when people go, like, I'm not simplifying, I'm too tired. I know I have to simplify, I don't have the time. I really was speaking at the executive level, and they needed me to dumb it down. And when I went back to look at it earlier this year, I'm like, oh my God, that made total sense. I knew that. And instead of arguing with them, I just pulled out. I'm like, I'm sorry, I can't do this. I can't. The contract we had at that point is a career making contract. If I look at it with TEDx can always happen. But I do present at the back-end event of TED conferences called Brain Next, or Brain Date and all the other ones. So I've done presentations for them in the back-end.
How often do you edit videos that TED still does not pick up? Because I know you said that you edit things out that TEDx, that don't comply with
Oh,
the
they took
rules.
all our videos. Oh yeah. I give people the guidelines, we give them the feedback. They took all our videos. Yeah. So that was something I was proud of.
Yeah, that's really amazing.
Because the people who did it before us, they would do 2 or 3 videos, and we had like 9 speakers or so, something like that.
And then what's the difference with the amount of speakers and audience for the regular TED event, TEDx event versus the salon event?
So ask your question again.
The amount of speakers, like the number of speakers for the TEDx event versus the salon event, and the amount of audience for the TEDx event versus the salon event.
Audience for our flagship TEDx event, we have the standard, the highest license, so we can have up to 1,000 attendees. But
And how many speakers for that event?
oh, it's up to us. It's up to us. Most of the big events like Chicago, most of them stick to like 6 or 8. Because of the back end stress you go through with editing. You want to enjoy the process. That's one of the reasons we delayed doing anything else afterwards. It's traumatizing.
It's also if a talk is longer than a certain point in time, it's probably not as boiled down as possible too.
Yeah, you get disqualified. So if you ever go over 18 minutes, TED automatically disqualified. We're required to disqualify and notify TED.
Wouldn't you just get down under that?
I think the first thing is principle, right? It's in the guidelines.
Yeah.
And usually, that's why when you guys are presenting, we time you. A lot of people do this to go on stage and then present what they want to present and what they think. Yeah.
Not cool.
Yeah.
They can do it. Last time we had someone who did that, and I still went ahead and edited it the right way with the right things that we've talked about. The things they put in, it's not about me. If I went with them, my license could be taken away. Now the rest of the people won't be able to speak, so. Yeah, just edit out, but, my principle, I'm sticking to TED principle. You do that next time, we don't publish. So we'll have people sign the guidelines now. Now, we used to give it to them, now there'll be a signature. You sign, you agree, and then we'll have a conversation to make sure we read it back to people. So people remember it. Nobody wants to do all the work and then not get published. Yeah, that's not fair. So that's what our process would look like. Once the application comes out, we would send emails to anybody who's been part of TEDx, so you guys are registered when we have your name on through Luma. We'll send it to everyone. Feel free to share it with your family and friends. You just don't know who will be selected, but be attentive. So how many minutes do we have?
7:40.
Okay, we have 5 more minutes. So let's do something real quickly. In 1 minute, what would your TEDx topic of your TEDx?
I already started to outline it, and this is helpful. It's an intersection of breath and intuition in leadership, which is what I coach executives on, and it's part of my corporate background. So corporate into coaching, and I use breath work in that. So this is helpful, especially like the research side. I don't think I want to go into the research side. I have 3 different certifications in breath work. That feels more tricky. If I maybe just approach it from a storytelling and a usefulness of getting people to connect with, this is not something that just happens in the background. When you bring it to the forefront of your life, you could really enrich your lived experience, reduce stress, so many different things. But that's where then I dip into like research. So yeah, breath, intuition, leadership, something there.
I would say instead of intuition, look for a different word.
Okay.
Unless you have research that shows in how much intuition helps. Another way to look at this is your mindset, growth mindset, or your inner strength, something people, or your determination, your motivation.
You think intuition would be like too spiritual?
Pseudoscience, depending on what the rest of the talk is. Right, if your rest of talk is really focused on research, the intuition will work. So you can use insight, foresight, something else. Real quickly, 30 seconds.
30 seconds, 2 options. Either 1, how our voice and vagina is actually connected, not full expressed in one area, not full expressed in the other, or our hands are our nature.
That's great. Very clear. Great.
loneliness in the US has gone up by a factor of 5 since 1990, and it's largely due to investments by companies to shift cultural norms. And so the talk would be about investigating how you use shifting cultural norms to reorient people back toward in-person connection.
That
yeah.
topic on loneliness is actually
That's a
in
good one.
connection. That's a very
Yeah.
preferred
Yeah,
topic.
With remote work, especially.
Oh, I mean,
Yeah.
it's everything impacts it, like, lonely people volunteer for political causes at 7 times the rate of non-lonely people, and
That's great.
volunteer for non-political causes at 6 times, at 1/6 the rate, and so like, it impacts like literally everything.
Real quickly, 30 seconds, sorry, we have to be out of this room by 8.
Okay, 2 ideas. One, how the pelvic floor disorders after birth affects mental health for moms who might feel isolated or ashamed to talk about what they're going through. And 2, how occupational therapy or therapy in general can enhance recovery after birth. And not just for C-sections.
Okay.
Because a lot of little gaps.
So the first one, you had talked about shame, mental health, maybe use the word vulnerability.
Vulnerability.
Yeah, when it comes to healthcare, we focus too much on treatment. Then, if we were to select you, for example, because I work in healthcare, I have a different process to somebody, to a different organizer who doesn't work in healthcare. TED requires me to have college professors' approval. You give me 3 resources, I also have college doctors' approvals who approve your talk and research, if you choose to do those type of research. Just for me, because I work in healthcare, they wanna make sure it's not industry-based.
Okay,
If
yeah.
I go to a non-healthcare person, their response to you will be different. Real quickly.
So I would like to talk about how to build grit and resilience through nature and cultures around us.
That's great, I like that, that's great. Nick, you wanna give us a topic?
I'll give a talk, I'm not planning to talk. I probably would talk more about how the bureaucracy in healthcare moves data in order to make population health decisions and encourage comorbidity to decline.
Wow, Nick, you went for it, you went straight to the core.
The Adderall kicked in.
Well, you had the talk, and you
Talk
wanna
now.
share your talk? You wanna share your talk? He's had
I talk about how the relationship with the self sets the foundation for every other relationship in your life.
Self-relationship influences other relationships. Great. And you gave us your talk initially, can you share it again? Now that you've heard all of this.
It's about how you can develop mental models to help you understand how to thrive in the age of AI versus certain types of thinking that are bonded like to the pre-industrial and sort of industrial revolution. And now that, right, like we're at like the late stage of the chessboard, right? Like data is exponential, so there's like a lot of mental models that you can bring to bear that are like, you don't have to be absolutely nervous about what AI is going to do to the world. You can just change your understanding of how you're approaching that world. And I have a whole, probably you wouldn't like it, but I have like a stack of like 12 or 15 different types of mental models that have really helped me in the last couple of years. And I mean, I build AI software for people. I have a AI business. I self-educated. I'm self-educating my children. Like I have like a whole weird relationship with like self-education and paying attention to like cause and effect and how like
You have a growth mindset.
It's an ecosystem.
yeah, like like people are like, well, how come you've never gotten a coach in pickleball? I'm like, because I want to play uniquely, and there's a lot of outcomes that come from just becoming like this massive observer of yourself and how your own actions relate to outcomes, right? Like Nassim Taleb writes about like intelligence might just be chaining together a bunch of ideas that leave you better off, right? It's not actually about your ability to do calculus on the fly, but like, can you consecutively chain together ideas that actually make you feel happier? So like I have a lot of just like really counterintuitive thinking I didn't actually come to this event thinking I wanted to do a TEDx talk. I was mostly like, oh, it would
got one there.
be interesting
Really good.
to.
Yeah.
I would watch that for sure.
What?
Your idea that you just described.
What? I thought it would just be interesting to understand how the events happen. Like I host events, I do interviews.
That's great.
People have been like, you're like a walking tooth fairs.
You can join, you can volunteer for us, join us.
I feel like I should join to understand it better, right? Like if I submitted a talk now, I'd be like, I don't know, I want to give a talk, but I don't know that much about the talks that have been given.
Oh, at our TEDx?
Yeah.
Yes, right now they're all on YouTube, so they'll be
Yeah,
on
sure.
our website. So as people are applying, you can get to our website.
So Ron, do you have a date yet? You said you're gonna open up applications, it's gonna go throughout the year. You said you're thinking about doing a saloon, but is there a date you have for TEDx South Congress?
Right now we have August 15th.
Okay.
We are looking to push it maybe a week back.
August.
Or even I personally want to do it in April. You know, with all the MBIS, the TED Talk I went to at MIT, they did it in 2 weeks. Wow.
From opening up to.
Oh, yeah, they did it in 2 weeks. Yeah, because MIT gave them everything, right? He's a professor there.
How do the people develop their thoughts in 2 weeks?
None of them got onto it.
Yeah, I was gonna say, mine I took all of 3 months.
I looked at it and I was like, what the hell? Like, he's like, you know, he did whatever he wanted.
Can you tell me
do us
what
a
you said
favor
you would
real
want to
quickly?
listen to?
Can you help us arrange the chairs back?
How were they
Yeah,
arranged?
like a new idea.
Oh,
about
back
what
then.
it needs to be intelligent.
And not really based on what you can do on your own
Yeah.
sort of learning
It's
algorithms on your own.
It's a good And that's what it is today, if you choose together good decisions and lead you better. It might just be the whole process. You know, I don't, it's funny actually talking about
Timing is taking down. It's the most exciting. All weeks.
and that
Yeah.
Does anybody need a parking voucher? Anybody needs a parking voucher?
Need to know.
Parks in the garage?
Yeah, it's good to see you too. So other companies is on the Good to see you.
Anybody needs a?
Parking the street.
Will they validate, can you validate the valet?
Yeah, it's a weird world we live in. Like when dating apps first came around, like Tinder invested a huge amount of money in shifting cultural norms about what it meant. Yeah, nice to meet you. And we don't think like our entire world is oriented around like efficiency and loneliness. Like Uber Eats campaigns are all about like doing things on your own, and it's like the commercial models behind all of these systems are like predecessed on the idea that you have to shift values around like being afraid of interacting in person. And yeah, it's a huge opportunity because like loneliness is like stigmatized, like on an evolutionary scale, like it's built into our brain that if we know someone is lonely, we find them less attractive and we're scared of them.
Every month? What's your
And so there's like so much, like our brains are basically kind of like hijacked by a lot of these systems.
Definitely go with
Hill
it.
Climbers has some incredible stories.
Okay, I'll check you out one of these other events as they come up, alright?
Yeah.
We have founder community coffee sessions, sporting events, pickleball, stuff like that.
Let me give you my email.
You want it right there?
Email me, yes.
You might have to, I was gonna say, you might have to hand in that voucher to.
Oh, I have another voucher. Sorry guys, I have to be out of this room at 8, but we can meet downstairs if you guys want to chat a little bit.
This factory is very serious.
Yes. They're giving us free.
They're hard to even get, space, conference space.
Oh, they've been so supportive of us. No, that's for you to.
Cool.
I think your idea is interesting. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think a lot of people, especially like norms around what you should be ashamed of, are really important.
Sorry guys, I can listen, but I have to have some Yes, we need help with this. If you guys can help us test TEDx downstairs.
I'll bring the key.
Where are we going?
I don't have children.
P2, the first car.
Right.
Funny, I was like, those must be so heavy, they're made of.
Oh, I'll grab the X, I'll grab the X, I'll grab the X.
I actually got a lot of pictures of it.
Oh, it says styrofoam. So if I steal the X, does that mean all their talks are TED Talks?
Exactly. Thank you. We need someone to help us with the cheat, fruit snacks.
The box.
We take everything to eat, right?
Huh?
Everything to eat.
Oh,
Does
such a
everybody
bummer,
want a bottle
'cause-
of wine? Who wants to take a bottle of wine home?
Yeah, I'll take one.
Okay.
Oh, like I'll take one.
Can you take
Which
one?
one?
Sure.
Oh, for bread. Thank you.
Sorry guys, I don't drink, so.
I feel like there's a good pun in here somewhere about holding a letter T and wine. Oh, I'd rather have wine than tea or something.
Ah, I like that.
Yeah.
Mhm. Yeah, I'd rather have wine than tea.
P2, so Mina, you have the key, right?
The keys right there, yeah.
You can show them, so
Okay.
they don't have to.
Oh, the letters go in your car?
Yes.
Yay.
Thank you so much for holding the phone.
Is this your phone? Whose phone is this? It's yours?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you for holding the phone.
Yeah.
But I think a lot of people were really late due to traffic.
Yeah.
No, I should have taken pictures, I forgot. Oops. Let me check again. I don't know how we need to do this, because these people mess this place up.
I would just leave it.
And let me put this one back here.
I would just leave it.
So how many, we had 12 people show up, right?
There were 16, I think.
16?
Because there were, that's what Eli wants to know, how many people showed up.
Yes. So 16?
I think it was 18.
18. They didn't stay, some of them.
Yeah.
And I don't understand in marketing, this is like, right?
Yeah. I'm sorry.
But Luma has been a great partner for us.
Who?
Luma,
Uh-huh.
Luma, they prioritize,
That's the
huh?
That's the tech app.
The registration.
Yeah.
They prioritize our stuff. Okay.
Perfect.
Yes. We will come up here.
It's cute. I like that style.
3 minutes.
my brass moves, just start bringing all the staples over. Fly to Europe on February 19th for $500 and return. Lands 1 hour, 45 minutes
I would really come for real. I would actually come.
Maybe the videos too long.
the Tesla or bike?
Or maybe we should just leave the door open and we'll just wheel them in. Right?
Yeah. Hey, Lucky Dog.
Lucky Duck
No,
now?
Lucky Dog.
Burger again? No, I don't want a burger again. You don't want a burger again? More?
I think we have a couple more to grab, unfortunately. Oh, we have so many more to grab.
A couple more.
I don't know how many we took.
All of them minus 2.
All yeah, because
I'll help y'all set it up too.
oh, that's how. Thank you. Also, dude, I'm sorry. Thank you so much for delivering the parking validations and
Dude,
stuff like
of
that.
course. No worries. I mean, you guys are my boys. I'm gonna look out for my boys. Trust me. That's why I was like, with the Andrew I guy, I think he's boys with Josh. Like really close. That's why I think it would be just beneficial to do something.
Hey, Brian, any
Honestly, whatever it may be, I don't know, that's something that your guys' interest, but I thought that at least trying to make a connection would work out.
Right, Amy, question for you. The funny thing is, instead of arguing with Eddie that last time about valuation, I didn't get to see what you do. But now he told me what y'all do. I have a friend who is a top, so I don't play Fortnite. He's like a top player of Fortnite in, not the usual play you would see, I don't know.
Yeah, like in one of the custom maps or something like that.
Is it she?
Huh?
You just want to bring him in, I'll
or is
help
that
you
he?
just move around.
Yeah, so I don't understand how it works, right? But one of the reasons, like, he sort of started playing Fortnite, and then he actually discovered that he was really good. And one of the ideas he wanted to do was like, well, you know, I work for a small, relatively small country. Is there a way to advertise just to people who follow him?
Probably not who just follow him, but like something along that line. Like we'd have to figure out like what it is, but like I mean, in just the map he plays, like we could totally do that.
And how much of the, like, what kind of range are you talking about in terms of how much it costs?
Depends a lot on like implementation and stuff like that. Fortnite is honestly one of the weirder ones though, because Tim Sweeney like doesn't like let you programmatically do stuff in it, so a lot of our integrations there have been like somewhat manually powered to some degree, which makes them a little bit more expensive than doing a thing into Minecraft, Roblox, or like a lot of other like Discord, Unity, and like Steam games and stuff.
Any of those could work too.
What are you trying to reach?
No, it's like, again, because he was trying to like play Fortnite and see like if he could tell people about a crypto, people were following him anyway.
Oh,
But it's like, but there could be other things too. But it was just an idea I thought. I was like, wait. And he was also, he knows some things about like 3D programming, gaming, that kind of stuff too. So it was just one of those things I was like, oh, that sounds really cool.
No,
but
yeah,
Eddie showed me your
one
site.
thing that like could be interesting to explore there is we're setting up some partnerships for it right now too. Like a big part of like knowing it's going to be valuable.
So if you bring that one over here, we'll have all the wired ones will go on the sides.
Oh, that's right. Well, you guys are being organized.
But yeah, we can like talk about like what the capabilities are.
Well, I just thought it was fascinating.
Kind of, like what the value is, depending on like what games he plays and stuff.
That's
and I can
amazing.
like let you know what type of things we could potentially like monetize for or
That would be
something.
awesome. Can we connect on something, LinkedIn or something?
For sure. Happy to get your phone number or LinkedIn, both work.
Awesome. No, that was just so funny because like I remember we were just arguing, but I was like, I didn't even properly introduce myself.
It's always hectic at the Lucky
I was
Dog
just
though.
like, are you going? Or that's where we're going right now. Because I haven't eaten today.
I unfortunately just retired.
What you guys were
so I
doing,
just
you were
wanna get
working.
home.
Thank you.
Awesome.
This is my public profile, but we can chat more later about that. Thank you, Bryce. Take care.
We're finally connected about that, and take care as well. Enjoy that. How much is it? $5 burger?
I guess so. But I was
Eddie
like, that's
loves that
exactly
thing.
what we went there last week. Was that last week? Well, yeah, that was last week.
No,
we were just there last week.
Wait, was it actually
That was
last
last week? Or 2 weeks ago?
Between the burger deal and Chick-fil-A app.
Hey, yo, I'm out.
You're
I'm out.
lucky dog.
No, dude.
Alright, bye.
Hey, we out.
Alright, thanks, guys.
Thank you.
I've been fasting and I don't have beer on my system.
Yeah, I know, that's what
I
I'm
need a
saying, this
burger.
is not good that I do.
Bryce, can you tell me start bringing chairs?
Yeah.
That's where the muscle, they'll
It's
need the
like-
muscle for the chair. Look who we have here. Look who we have here. Look at that. Look at that. All right. Perfect. That one can go right here. That's perfect. There we go. Perfect. Now, this is brutal. They made him get him from here. Yeah.
Is it always?
No, it was just unfortunate circumstance. They have like an event there tomorrow or some shit. Yep, and Voltron and Captain. Oh, that's nice. Dude, okay, I got the prices from all your colleagues. Uh-huh. Holy shit. Yeah, that's why I was like, I don't know how you expect to have. I thought it'd be like 5K max. Yeah. That's the budget. It's $27.50 for 10 hours. That's $13K for 48 hours. Yeah. What the That weekend events, that's why we only do weekend events for like VIP Google big guys. Okay, that makes sense. Because Google paid $20,000 last time. Oh yeah, we don't have that. They're not that money. I mean, they got money, but not that money. Right. I mean, they could, but that's a waste of money. Wait, what is it? Back here? Well, the chairs need to go. Yeah, that is crazy money. Yeah, I know. That's why, Julian, that's why I was like, alright. You should have told me. I would have like dropped it. I didn't know it would be that bad. No more tables need to come though now. No more tables? Okay. No, because the rest of the tables just stay in the backyard over there. Toss them in here. And she didn't give me a quote. She's like, this is for 10 hours. Figure it out. And I'm like, oh shit. You got it? Yeah. That's why you go to the gym, man. Do it. That was the only reason why I was like, you're like, it's not worth it. I knew it wasn't gonna be worth it.
You gotta give it a shot here and there. Not doing all the new chairs.
Well, should we have room for more chairs?
No, what's that?
More chairs, do we want them?
Yes. Like all of the black chairs should be in here.
All in here.
Yeah. Alright. Dom, this is all you, man.
So let them start throwing them.
Do what you do at the gym. Just do it here. You got it. Got fucking socks. There you go. I believe in your leadership capabilities.
That's my CEO.
There you go. Yeah. A little squish in, but fuck it. So did you guys get a drink sponsor for the Happy Hopper event next week?
Not yet. Higbee's
Working on it.
Higbee's.
If what?
Can we get Higbee's?
No, I mean during the event.
No, I'm saying like.
Oh, Higbee's do that happy
I'm
hour.
saying like if we
I'm
get
saying,
some
like-
bar nearby to be like, oh, we'll provide drinks and then
Like,
we'll
the
just
way-
bring everyone to go there
Obviously,
afterwards.
we're not like Fiesta, but Fiesta gets retail dollar pay. Just get like Higbee's to give us a shitload of beers and say, bring everyone over after.
I mean, they'd be down to, well, they give you discounts is what you're wondering, right?
No, I don't care if they could charge everyone full price after.
Oh, then
We
yeah.
get-
Cool. I'm just saying, nothing's different. You're not doing anything. You're just bringing people to them.
Yeah.
Then that's the same money. Why would they say no?
Well, they gotta give us some,
No.
they gotta give us some
That's why you
merchandise.
counted it towards the price. No. The goal of it is to get talented engineers. But why would you want to judge? Because I'm looking for talented engineers. Oh, motherfucker. Okay, never mind. It's a feedback loop right here.
No, it's a real thing. Come
Two
on.
Spider-Mans pointing at each
I
other.
won't poach anyone that you want.
I mean, are you paying more than starting 150K a year?
120.
Not bad. Okay. Yeah. Do you have a good work-life balance?
Not at all.
Okay, well then it's the same then. The same there then. Okay. Not at all. Not one bit. Well, why don't you just? I'm trying to think. Why don't you just go to it and just poach people? Fuck it.
No, because I'd prefer to be a judge. I feel like it'd be more cool. Or just be cooler.
Yeah, but they want it to be their show. They want to like tailor it for their. What's your fucking product again? I forgot already.
Skippy. Cloning consciousness.
These two just go back here. That one will go over.
You got investors for that shit?
I have capital.
So your dead grandma's money?
No, I had a previous company.
I'm just fucking with you. I'm sorry. You just said capturing consciousness?
Cloning consciousness.
This sounds like something I haven't getting deja vu. I could have sworn I've heard of this.
I mean, literally, I don't. You could put my. You don't even have to put a company name. I don't even care. I just like to judge. I feel like it'd be cool.
You just want to judge? That's
yeah,
it?
that's it.
You're such a weird king. Why do you want to do that? Are you okay?
Yes.
You want to pay just to judge?
100%.
I'll talk to them. All right.
Let me know. Want to exchange numbers or how you want to do it?
Yeah, for sure. Okay.
Like, if they want like $1,000, I'm happy to do that.
Well, why don't you just sponsor like Hack AI and then you get more fucking deal for that?
We got the next 2 months booked up.
Oh damn.
Atlassian and Cloudflare.
Well, you want? They said because you want to judge.
Yeah.
I think.
More relevant.
Are they like
Puts me
sponsoring
in a
drinks
position where
for
people
that
look
too?
up to me, so that poaching is easier.
That's not you.
I'm just a presentation. AI, of course. Come on, bro.
You're such a catfisher, dude.
What do you mean catfish? That's pretty accurate. Come on, fuck you.
Can you do me a favor? Is that him?
Yes. With a good haircut, yes.
Yeah. With a good haircut.
With a good haircut. Like, look at this shit, okay? Fucking rag central. Yeah. That's like really light AI too. That's not even AI generated. That's not even AI generated. That's like just edited.
Okay. Alright.
Let me know, bro.
I will let you know about that. That's a very weird request.
It is weird, but you know what, it's valid.
When is the event? The 20th, 2 weeks from now. 20th to the 22nd. Let me know. You're cloning consciousness? Cloning consciousness.
descansar. O el sábado también lo puede coger el medio tiempo también. El sábado nomás salimos un ratico y nos deja descansar. Veremos qué pasa. Si las cosas salen si las cosas salen así como estoy planeando, ya de pronto así como tú dices, ¿verdad? Y para esa época ya es verano, donde la gente sale más, sale a disfrutar, para pasear. Entonces se ve más movimiento. Entonces esperemos a ver qué pasa. Más nada. Las aplicaciones dan bastante. Sí, pero uno saque 300. Si estamos hablando de, pues tú, 3 por 5, 15. Que tú le saques 6.000, son 7.000. Para que no te mates ni sábado ni domingo. Para que tú sábado y domingo para el festín, para ti. Y entonces si le toca